Welcome to Find You Fridays. It's me, Lorene. I am here with you tonight. How are you? I hope you're doing super duper well. I'm doing great. I look like like the moon right now on my back. But other than that, I feel great. Okay, let me just get to and do all these backgroundy things because, I was a bit distracted. What can I say? Distracted by many a thing. Oh, gosh. Yes, that, please. Obviously Facebook's had another update since I was here on the computer last week. And with that has come a new way of getting in. So that's fun. Oh, geez. Technology, hey? It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Oh, thank you, Tamara. Hi, Melinda. Hi, Tamara. So good to see you. Okay, let's open that up. Woohoo! Open that one. Great. We're getting there. We're back on track. Hello, Edwina. Hello, my sweet. I hope you're both doing, all three of you are doing, apparently there's 4 of us watching. Or more. Who knows? I don't think, hi, Catherine. Hi, Catherine. So it's the 18th today. Okay. Hi, Holly. Hello. I am doing really well. I want to show you guys something if you haven't seen it yet. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on my phone. We'll try though. That's what my back currently looks like. No, somebody did not go mad with the lipstick. Yeah. That was fun. So let me see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, I think, or so. Yes, Christine, cupping. I think it's about 17 spots on my back. And even the massage lady was like, I'm sorry. I hope that's okay. And I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. It's all good. So my back is looking a little bit funny right now. And I'm good with that. It was, as you all know, I've been doing a lot of processing and releasing of a lot of old stuff. And with that, my body was struggling to do that final bit of cellular release. And as a result, my muscles, especially during this week, with my very physical job that I have also got, it decided that it would be really fun to just go really, really tight in my muscles. So it was like my neck was really sore, my shoulders were sore, my back was sore. As you saw from that photo, those really, really, let me see if I can get it up there again. Oh, come on, there we go. Those really dark spots, which are down the bottom here. Yeah, how did we do that before? There we go. Those really, really dark spots, and then there's another one that is up towards the top, up over my shoulder here. Those are, why won't it show you now? There we go. So there's the one over my tattoo, and there's these ones by my armpit. Oh, those ones there, those top ones, and the one right in the center here. Oh, did they sting? They stung so hard, and that was after she'd already been like fully massaging me for quite a while. And I'm not surprised that they've come out so dark, because it's like there was so much trapped in there. And the ones under the armpit, there's a specific pressure point that sits under there that I've had trouble with before, when I've been under, very high levels of cortisol, stress, relationship stuff, going back probably more than 5 years ago was the first time I really became aware of it. And the person I was with at the time tried to sort of massage it out, but it was so painful. And all I could do was just stand there while they pressed on it. And they're like, I'm not even pressing hard. And I'm just like, but I have to say, she was putting all the cups on. She'd massaged quite a bit. She put all the cups on. And then it wasn't until she started massaging up into the back of my skull here and then into my hair and my head that the tears started coming. And I was just trying to be really quiet and trying to continue to breathe and all of that sort of stuff. But it was just like, it was full on. And then being a masseuse, obviously, she's aware of all the shifts and changes with people and their breathing and stuff. And she then I only asked for my shoulders and neck and, down to sort of mid-back. And then she just sort of started working on my hips, but gave me a quick go of my legs and even my feet. So it was incredibly, and that going from my waist down was just really brought the tears through, because obviously that's where we hold a hell of a lot of our emotional stuff. And I'm just like going, oh my God. And she's like, are you okay? And I'm just like, yeah. So that was so lovely. That was all around massage over at Elizabeth, in the Elizabeth shopping centre there. And I've been there. I went there once before, and even though it's not as soothing as going to a place that doesn't have the music from the shopping centre, I have found them to be very well priced, and they're very good at what they do. Both times I've been there, my muscles have been absolutely horrendous. So I'm very grateful that something like that is as close as it is to me. So yay. I wasn't scared, because as soon as I felt it going on, I was like, oh, right, I know what's happening now. And I knew that was something that they offered. It's just that they didn't say anything before they did the first one. And it was but I have had very, very light cupping when I had my back stuff back in April, end of April, start of May. That was the end of April. So it was only 2. And that didn't leave any marks whatsoever. So, yeah. Interesting. Alrighty. So let us and thank you, Amanda. And hello. Yeah, I do love the red. I don't wear it as often as I probably would like, maybe. With my hair becoming lighter, I've found 2 things. Number one, my wardrobe has gone a lot more pastel. I've never really worn pastel before, but now I get a lot of pastel coming through. I still love my red. I still love the deep greens and deep blues and stuff like that too. But it's cool now. I can wear red whenever I kind of want. Now that I'm living over here. When I was in New Zealand, and particularly in the Hawke's Bay, I had to stay away from red, particularly this shade of red, and because of gang connections. Yeah, so it was a funny thing, and I just sort of was mindful of it, So I was just, let's just not wear that red for like are out and about. You just didn't want to get caught up in anything unintentionally. So we stayed away from the red. We stayed away from the blue. The royal blue was another color that we stayed away from. That was just part and parcel of living in the Hawke's Bay. Gotta love gang culture. Oh dear, you are freezing, dropping in and out. Oh no. I don't know how to fix that. You just drop that out. I don't have anything else open. Tamara says it's okay on her end. Okay. I don't know, Melinda. I don't know if it's a you thing or if it's a me thing. I don't know. Amanda says it's okay. All right, it must be a Melinda thing. Close some tabs, Melinda. I don't know. I saw something funny about open tabs the other day about somebody with is it ADHD or autism, one or the other or both, and they were talking about how this guy sitting there with his computer going, God, it's running so slow, and this other dude pops in and goes, oh well, what if you just do this? And they've shut like 60 tabs that were open and they've just gone and the guy's sitting there going, what did you just do? Those were all the things that I had to remember because I don't know that. Like I did what it was. And then he's like, well, all you have to do is like something like Control W or something. And they tried that and it completely messed up the computer. Now, having lived with somebody with undiagnosed ADHD, yeah. And it's like, it's not just for them. It wasn't just one lot of, say, because they used to run their computer through the TV. So it would be like there would not just be one lot of tabs that would be functioning. There'd be all these extra little boxes at the bottom, like opened browsers, that would also have multiple tabs. And it's just like, do you not comprehend that by doing that, there's like, it's quite a drain on the system? And they're like, no, it's not. I'm like, it kind of does because they all run in the background. And they're like, no, it doesn't. I'm like, okay. I'll go back over here to my little corner and try to muddle on through on my web, on my podcasts and things like that with very, very slow running internet. So, fun times. Yes, Tamara. I'm very fortunate that I don't have to do that. Like, I don't find it necessary to have so many tabs open, but I also don't do as much computer work these days either. So, 38. My bro-in-law upped my RAM on my computer to compensate for me. Yes, it's necessary. It's very necessary. Alrighty. Who wants to come and play for the weekly one? Okay, thank you. Tonight in my teapot, I don't know if you guys have seen this teapot. Have you seen this teapot? It does have a cup that goes with it, but I wanted to drink out of my rose cup instead. So in my teapot tonight, we have some good old Tulsi tea. just thought that might be kind of good with what's going on in my back and shoulders right now. Oh dear. Try and give it a little bit more support. I'll have a bath tomorrow, I think. All right, so the date today is the 18th. So we have the 19th through to the 25th. Oh gosh, we've got a new moon happening this week on Thursday. New moon, new me. I am flooded by since new moon, new me, new energy. That's a cool song. I love that song. And also I saw that Mercury has just gone into retrograde today. We've got 3 other planets that are already in retrograde. So that's what 4 planets or something at the minute in retrograde. How did we get so lucky? It's a big, huge kick up the ass time of year. So if you're feeling a bit out of sorts at the minute, if you're feeling a little bit like under pressure and you're feeling a little bit emotional and you're feeling maybe 1 minute really super amped up and then the next minute like you want to curl into a hole and sleep for a million years, it's not surprising. Oh, Amanda. So I'm just going to put that up here. So she says, that made me jealous. I haven't had a bath in over 7 months and no idea when I'll get to have another. Probably the only thing I'm missing so far. For sure. It's been quite a while since I've had a bath deep enough to actually cover the majority of me. And with some bubbles, I stay plenty warm. I just push the bubbles up so they're over my chest area and I'm pretty good. I wish it was just a touch longer, just a touch, like about this much. And I'm only 5'4". So for anybody who was bigger than me or taller than me, then it would definitely require me to or require them to bend like a pretzel. But no, I do love my baths. They do feel like quite the luxury. I know some people that choose to have a bath, every week. Some people do a bath every time they bathe, like literally bathe every time every time they want to clean their body, they have a bath. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of effort. I'm somebody who can turn on the shower during the week, and by the time I've got through a 4-minute song, I'm out of the shower and already drying my hair. So I'm somebody who doesn't have very long showers at all. And not often do I have a very long shower. So it's not because I'm saving on water, but that may be part of it. Growing up with on rainwater system where we only had so much hot water, we only had so much rainwater. It could be part of it. I don't know. It's not a bad thing. I don't mind it at all. Alrighty, so what an interesting reading for this week to come. Now, let me just see what I have floating around my screenshots right now, because I have been the shot of my back, so funny. I'm sure I either screenshotted it or okay, So we know that Neptune's in retrograde and Pluto and I can't remember the others right now. Oops, wrong one. There's the one. So the other thing that's coming up right now with all these lovely retrogrades is that things like communication is really, really high up on the list of priorities for this month. And now that we've got Mercury in retrograde, that also encourages that, and that's communication through things like technology. And like all the masks are coming off right now. So don't be surprised if people are actually really showing themselves and their true colors to you right now. Don't be surprised if you start showing your own true colors. Those spaces and places where you may have once, been a certain way may not be that way for them at the moment. It's in some ways it's kind of a relief actually, because sometimes we try so hard to keep the peace, and then it's like we realize very quickly that it's not about keeping the peace anymore. We've actually got to just be our truth self, and that sometimes is a little bit rough. Amanda says, yes, showers are so boring in and out for me. Yeah, true. I love it. Christine also feels that a bath is a lot of effort. Yes, a lot of effort. So it's all good. Anyway, so this week coming from the 19th of July through to the 25th, including that lovely new moon energy on Thursday, we have the first card is Take Your Power Back. So in taking your power back, thank you for the reminder. There we go. In taking your power back, this is what this time is all about. Because every time that you people please, every time you go into freeze or fawn, sometimes even the fight and flight, when you're sitting in your sympathetic or your dorsal vagal systems, you are literally giving up your power to another person or people or organization or whatever it is. And this particular week is all about bringing all of that energy back to you. And it is using things like the power of your words, the power of your energy, and doing it in a way that is confident and clear and transparent. Okay. Now, don't be surprised if this week also gives you that sort of the kick up the butt to go, I think I can actually do that. And it feels kind of like you've got, a good, strong male father figure right next to you, sort of going, yes, you can do this, my girl. That's one of the planets. That's all what they're all about right now. So just feel, if you want to, you can ask for Archangel Raziel to help you to sit in your team for that period of time. If you've got to go into a negotiation about something, or maybe you're having to have a tricky conversation with somebody that you care about, you can ask Archangel Raziel to just sit with you and to just sort of give you that little bit of gentle support and uplifting of energy so that you can actually follow through and have the confidence to follow through. The next card that we've got for the collective for this week to come is creative writing. So creative writing can mean all sorts of things to all sorts of people. It can mean doing things like I'm doing at the minute with my healing journal. It could mean doing poetry. It could mean writing a story. It could mean writing a proposal for work. It could mean putting into writing your memoirs. It could mean going for that job that you're looking at and you're writing up your resume. It could be expressing yourself to your loved one. And I think I'm already feeling this energy because there's a family member, or not a family member, but a sort of adopted family member. And it's their birthday at the end of the month. And I was like, I haven't sent them a birthday card or anything in probably about 5 years. All of a sudden today, I was just like, I'm going to send them a birthday card. And the way I wrote it was so different to how I would normally write it. It might have something to do with the fact I'm listening to Anna Karenina. So it came out very much in that style of writing. And I sent it today. It didn't just sit there as a card that I'd written out that I didn't send. I sent it. So quite clearly, creative writing is coming up. So don't be surprised if you do some kind of cool, weird, random writing stuff this week. The next card that we have is Spread Your Wings. So this is the collective's permission to get out there and do the things that you desire to do. And this is along with the take your power back. So it's like, don't listen to the naysayers. Don't listen to your own little, your inner critic. Don't listen to that part of you that goes, you can't do that, or you're not good enough, or whatever. No, keep going, keep trying, be tenacious. And if there's stuff you don't know, find the people that do know it and keep going forward. I watched an interview today on dyslexic thinking, and it was an interview with Jamie Oliver. Bloody brilliant. Loved it. Realized I probably have a little bit of dyslexia up there too in the way that I think. And I can honestly tell you that one of the things that he was talking about was the fact that every time he got knocked down, he dusted himself off and he just kept on going. And it's because he was always looking for the patterns to disrupt, even his own patterns. And I was just like, wow, that's such a cool concept. And I'm like, this is great. I love this. And he's like, just keep trying. Whatever you're doing, however you're going, just keep trying. It doesn't matter if you get knocked down. It doesn't matter if you get rejected. He goes, I've got something like 4 different contracts on the go at the moment, and none of them are more than 4 months long. He goes, I'm highly fireable. Who would have thought somebody who's, as popular or as well known as Jamie Oliver, and he's still remaining so humble to go, I'm highly fireable. I could be fired at any moment from any of those contracts. And that's why I keep going, because it's like the message that I have to give is far greater than any of those contracts, really. But those contracts help me to move forward. I'm paraphrasing. But yeah, so definitely it's through a channel called Dyslexic Thinking. Very, very, very good interview. Highly recommend it. It's only about half an hour long. So spread your wings and keep moving forward. Even if you come up against roadblocks, find your way around it, over it, under it, whatever you have to do. Okay? Keep going. Fly. And obviously we have courage. So we're going to have a big uptick in courage this week. And given all of the planets that are currently floating around doing their thing in retrograde, etc., a lot of those planets are very, very uplifting type planets. So not only will you have the courage, though, the sense that I get with this one is, not only will you have the courage to fly, feel like, yes, I can do this, but you will also have the courage to see the darker, the shadow aspects of your journey at the moment. Okay, so don't be surprised if there's some little wobbles that happen in there too. Take courage from that and keep moving forward, because you've got this. And I know that with shadow work, it can be a little bit rough. So take it easy on yourself. Be gentle with yourself. But at the same time, don't shy away from it. You are so well supported right now to do everything that you require to do. Okay, whether it be moving forward, whether it be looking in at your shadow stuff, whichever way you feel drawn to at the moment, you've got the good old Archangel Ariel helping you along as well, if you choose to have them supporting you as well. Okay, and in fact, Ariel's on this one too. So spreading your wings and your courage. Okay. And let's have a look at our yarn card. Oh, Holly, your phone going flat. What a surprise with Mercury in retrograde and all. I feel sorry for Mercury in retrograde, actually. A lot of the time it's like, oh, man, you get such a bad rep. It's like, I can just imagine Mercury is just sitting on the side going, yeah, man, all I'm trying to do is help you slow down, helping you to think about what you're saying before you say it. Just trying to get you to just make sure you back up your memory. And you're sitting there making me feel like shit. Great. Thanks, human race. And what have we got? Community. So as I said before, if there's anything that you don't know how to do, find somebody that does know how to do it to help you, to be a part of your team. And sometimes that person can actually be in your spirit team. Sometimes it's something like reaching out on Facebook to go, hey, do any of you know how to do blah, blah, blah? And, or, you know, if you like say you need somebody to do proofreading, you can ask them to do that. You can also ask AI, but AI has a very specific flow that it tends to roll with. And for a lot of people, like when I'm doing a little bit of gentle scrolling, I don't tend to scroll heaps and heaps through Facebook. I get really bored with it. But you can tell the stuff that's written by AI. And a really massive giveaway is the long dash. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of engaging, but after a while you can tell. And it's like, if you read enough of them, you're like, yeah, no. So just something to keep in mind. Other than that, have fun, my friends. Have fun with this beautiful new moon energy. It is new moon, new you. You're planting your seeds. So get out there and do some moon work if that calls to you to do it. Or just be very aware of the words that you're using, how you're creating your magic, your spells, because you will be at the moment, and particularly this week, with it being a new moon and all the retrogrades and all the other stuff, but just in general, that's how quantum physics works, how the quantum dynamics works. It's like you're constantly putting your magic and your spells out into the universe. All right. Amanda says, I get this tiny feeling that my spirit team may have hijacked this collective reading. It's feeling very directed. Not at all. Just reading it as it comes through. There'll be stuff for you. There was definitely stuff for me in there. There's stuff for everybody. So, Alrighty, Tamara, my love. We've got Tamara and then Edwina. And I just heard a ding. So let me just double check what that was. Nothing. All right. So Tamara and Edwina. So Tamara, if you could pop your question in the chat, I will be happy to read that for you. Gosh, we're at the 45th episode of season 3. Can you even? So we're going to be coming up to our 52 weeks in the year. So we've got 8 more episodes. Is that right? Maths. Maths. 5, 6, 7 more episodes. And then we'll be on our 8th episode from today. We'll be up into season 4. Which means I will have been doing this for more than for over 3 years. How crazy is that? It's like, and because I've actually had a few, not lots of weeks off, but I've had a few weeks here and a few episodes here and there off. Timeline wise, I'm absolutely over 3 years by now. But that's okay. That's okay. Tamara, okay. I'd just like some more beautiful guidance from my team again this week. Yes, your guidance is always beautiful, even when it's a kick up the arse. We love it. So let's see. Who are we playing with today? Yeah, fun fact about me. Numbers can be a little tricky for me sometimes. Not all the time. And this is why I say I've probably just got just a tiny touch of dyslexia in there, in that sometimes my first and last numbers will reverse if it's a long thing. And so I have to be very careful about making sure I get the sequencing correctly. I don't tend to switch 6s and 9s or anything like that, but I do sometimes switch the first and last digits over. And when I'm reading out loud, you guys will have seen it from time to time. Sometimes I will read a completely different word to what's actually on the page. And a few years ago now, probably about maybe 8 years ago, I realized that it's because I'm reading the energy. And for this particular platform, I'm reading the energy of what you are required to hear rather than necessarily what's on the page. And it's funny how it happens. Hi, team. And but yeah, it's funny when it happens though, because I'm just like, oh. And because sometimes it comes out really odd, like a really, really strange word, and I'm like, how does that even make sense? I think there was one time I remember many years ago, I went to say something like, I wanted to say creatively artistic or something like that, and it came out creatively autistic. And I was like, what? Maybe they are autistic, creatively autistic. I don't know. Okay, Tamara, I'm immediately getting some tension up above your eye, your left eye, or my left eye, as the case may be. Just see if they can tell me what that's about. I'm getting a lot of emotional healing happening at the moment. It's a bit vague. Thank you. Releasing some deeply feminine emotions are coming out now. see if I can get a bit more information. Okay, so this is stuff that you've already been working through. So this isn't an overall surprise for you. It's that feminine. It's the child version of yourself. It's the part of you that just wishes to be held and nurtured, and just your hair stroked. This is what the sense I'm getting across the forehead, and then over the hair, just like curling up on a trusted adult's lap and just having them do this. That's the sense that I'm getting right now. And it's like there's this part of you that's crying out for that at the moment. And it's like if somebody was just there to be able to do that, it would just make such a difference for the release work that you're doing right now. It's like I just want to do this. There's lots of soothing across the temple, like that. Okay, so perhaps that's something you can do for yourself as you're moving through this time of emotional release. All right. Now let us see what our beautiful friend Ina has to say. Can you guess which pack it is? Let's see what you got. Oh. So I've started doing a 30-day vagus nerve practice healing thingy. I paid for it. I'll let you know how I go. But one of the things that they asked us to do is to put one hand on our heart and the other hand on our diaphragm and just be with it and breathe. And maybe we'll do that now. No, not right now. I'll wait till after we've done your reading tomorrow. So stay tuned for a exercise on how to just calm the farm. There's a lot of what I'm getting for you too tomorrow is when you've been in survival mode for so long, and I'm sure you probably are aware of this, if your system is stuck in the sympathetic or the dorsal system, and you've been in survival mode for so long, it's hard to know even what the ventral vagal system looks and feels like. And it's almost like the switch in your brain that goes, oh, this isn't danger, gets kind of stuck. So yeah, especially when you're saying you've been doing a big week diving into anger, and the biggest lesson has been that under all that anger is hurt. Released some big stuff already. Yeah. So with that, it's really important to bring yourself back up out of sympathetic, because of course the anger sits in the sympathetic system, and that's what helps to get you motivated. It helps you get into fight and flight. It helps you, like, it's really useful stuff. It's a brilliant way of protecting you, and along with that is the softness and the gentleness that will help bring you back up into your ventral vagal system. And so that's part of why I'll take you all, if you wish. You can do it or not, it's up to you. It wasn't technically part of the, it's not like day one or anything. It was like part of the intro. So I feel fine to share it with you. You could probably pick it up off of anywhere of the internet anyway, but I've used it a few times today and I've gone, oh, that one actually really works for me. So it might work for you too. Looking at your reading today, I can tell you that the work that you're currently doing is going to be continuing. And it's going to continue in a way that is going to bring up some tricky stuff. So, because it's already bringing up tricky stuff, it's going to be continuing. And it's not all this lifetime stuff. So please be aware of that. The stuff that you're bringing, because I just checked, is like, truth, is this all this lifetime? No, it's other lifetime stuff that's also coming through, to be clear, because you're open to receiving it right now. And so it's coming through. And so, you know, those past life regression type stuff, that is going to be really valuable to you. If you notice a particular theme coming up for you, I would highly recommend, as you go into like a past life regression type meditation, asking, for the very first time I ever experienced this, whatever that particular theme is, because that's where that has originated in your timeline. And that will then, as you work through that and you heal it, and within that lifetime, it'll ripple out across all of them, including this one. I do that stuff for myself. I do it for my clients. And it is very, very valuable. And it is so interesting to see what comes out. So I'll put that down as a little note, because I feel like I can tell you guys about that now. There was a lifetime that popped up last month for me. So I'll put that, and that I didn't really want to talk about at the time, because it was still too close. It was still very, very too close. And I was asking in relation to something else, like, why am I feeling blah, 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 and I'll reveal all in a minute. So the first card that you've got is from the Heal Yourself. So this is where I'm like, oh, yay. Yeah, you're still going to be sitting in the getting your ass kicked. It's time for great healing, I should say. And Ina Segal is giving us, and your team is certainly giving you the heads up that it's going to be continuing and it's okay. So love is your first one. Let go of your limiting beliefs about love. Your heart desires more connections, love, and nourishment. You are at a point in your life where you need to learn how to truly give and receive love. I know you do, darling. Fully opening your heart will awaken your vulnerability, sensitivity, and fear. In particular, your fear of rejection and intimacy with another person. However, you will also unleash your passion, inspiration, greatness, and an ability to care deeply. Start seeing how great life is and be willing to connect to others. Oh, shit, that's moving some energy. If you have been holding on to past pain, then it is time to acknowledge, feel, and move forward. Give yourself permission to let people in. Ask for love with all of your heart and soul, and it will come. Look for something beautiful in every person you encounter. Focus on feeling good whenever you see people loving each other, and know that this is coming for you, to you, in a form of love of a lifetime or an incredible friendship. So that was card number 28, if you want to jot it down. So that's an interesting one, right? And the most crucial part of that one is about letting go of your limiting beliefs. Okay. We have lots of those. And even when you think that you have dealt with them, if you continue to live, like most of us do, and we've had further interactions with people out in the wild, sometimes the next layer of that particular belief comes up, or it's a belief that has had a slight variation on it, comes back or comes up to be cleared. And this is why our fucking healing work is never done, because we are complex creatures and we are also interacting with other complex creatures. So yay for being human. Yay for being spiritual beings. How did we get ever so lucky? The next card is an interesting one, and interesting. This one's actually reversed, but we'll read it right side up and see what other messages I get for it being reversed. So this is number 33, the sexual arts. Bring more light into your sexuality. So with it being reversed, basically it's saying that you've kind of blocked yourself off from your own sexuality. Let us continue to read. Keeping sexuality alive is an art form very few people truly understand. Are you sexually attracted to your partner every day? Sex energy only occurs where there is sexual polarity. Everyone has both masculine and feminine qualities to gift each other. The only time there is sexual spark is when one person is embodying more of their masculine and the other is embodying more of their feminine. The masculine is the unchanging witness, presence, direction, decision-making, trying to bring everything to closure and consciousness itself. The feminine is change, life force, light, flowing movement, Mother Nature, emotions. Do not buy into the myth that sexual attraction eventually dies in long-term relationships. Sexual polarity is an art that takes practice. It can be so subtle and last a lifetime if you are constantly reinventing your gifts and using an open heart. So with it being reversed, it's like basically, and the message that I'm getting is you've closed off your heart somewhat, and that's part of the belief system work that you're going to have to be doing if you're not already, about trusting love and trusting that you can be loved and trusting that you can be loved by someone how you desire to be loved, and trusting that the next most beautiful love in your life is the one that will nourish and support and bring you your masculine energies, so you don't have to be in those masculine energies, and so that you can drop into your feminine energies with a lot more ease. And I know that's hard to do when you're a single mum and you're having to be the mum and the dad and in your home, and you're having to cater to both, all of that. It's like, that's fucking such a huge task. And then you're a business owner and all of that sort of stuff too. So this is where, when it comes to business, if you can start thinking about how could I maybe bring someone in to help maybe bring that masculine energy so I don't have to. What person could I add to my team so I don't have to be everything? Remembering that the control freak is part of the sympathetic nervous system. So if you're diving into all this nervous system stuff, when you realize that the control freak and the pedantic bitch, which is something I'm very familiar with, is part of your sympathetic survival system, and you start going, oh, okay, interesting, that's made my left hand side start twinging. So it might be time to start looking at how can you bring more of that sensual energy through your body, through your system, looking at it being the sexual arts. When was the last time you really gently touched yourself? Even just your hands on your arms. Hi, Paul. You know, touching your arms gently, holding yourself gently, speaking to yourself gently. And I mean, obviously, gently exploring other areas of your body. Like, how often have you done that on the more recent times? And even just doing nice, lovely things, like putting nice, soft clothing on and things like that. It's like, look at those little ways that you can bring that feminine energy in, even with your current work life dynamic that you've got going on as a mum. Okay? Those little moments will make a really big difference overall. Hooray. 36 is the next one. Hole in the soul. Your childhood wounds are creating a hole in your soul. This does not surprise us at all. One way your childhood wounds disrupt an extraordinary life is through low-grade depression experienced as a perpetual empty feeling. If, as a child, you tried to make everything all right by picking up the pieces of your family's dramas, then you adopted a false self. Which is why all of these planets with all these retrogrades are going to make that really, really hard to uphold. Okay? When you lose your authentic self, you disconnect from your true feelings, needs, and desires. Instead, you wear a mask to make others feel more comfortable. Being detached leads to profound loneliness and isolation, as you are always mourning your true self. This card encourages you to discover your true self through the learning about your childhood and mourning the abandonment and neglect you felt. And the action on this one, I would highly recommend you do that one as part of your journal prompting. Okay? So number 36. All right. I'm not going to go into that one right now because you've got this deck, you've got this card. So use that as part of your healing and what you're going through this week. Because I get the sense that you are digging down. You have mentioned that you're digging at the moment, and it's a lot of hurt that's sitting underneath all of that. And keep going, okay? You've really cracking something open right now, and I give you the courage. I give you all of the magic, yumminess, and support to just keep moving forward with it, okay? And just in case you really, 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 really needed the extra confirmation of what you are going to be doing this week, we have Inner Child, which is card number 16. Hi, Tony. Good to see you back at home and enjoying life. Your inner child is urging you to lighten up a little bit. So get out there and do something fun for yourself. That's part of why I say that at the end of the show. Get out of your comfort zone and have fun. In order to be healthy, we must engage our imagination, creativity, and spontaneity. When was the last time you did something spontaneous, intuitive, and outrageous? When and with whom do you feel uninhibited, not uninhabited, inhibited, see? Weirdest. Where and with whom do you feel uninhibited, relaxed, and completely comfortable to be yourself? Your inner child can be your strongest ally or your biggest foe. It can assist you to heal childhood pain, rejection, loneliness, and abandonment. It can take you on an exciting adventure, help you become more confident, daring, original, and bold. Or it can make you behave in childish ways, bringing up anxiety, fear, and suspicion. This card beckons you to heal your childhood pain and discover your independence, compassion, creativity, talents, and joy. A healthy inner child can help you to connect to your integrity, divinity, and purity. It believes in miracles and creates magic in your life. So, yes, our inner child, the number of times I have done inner child work to see my little inner child standing there going, the bottom lip is right out. She's sulking. She's angry. She's throwing her toys out of the cot. I have seen her in all sorts of stuff. I've seen her curled up in a corner, just so frightened. I have seen her in all sorts of ways. And it's like this inner child work. And yet every time I do the inner child work and I am there with her and I'm communicating with her as I wish I had been communicated with at that time, instead of just being made wrong or being told to just get over it or, all those sorts of things, as would have happened when I was that age. As soon as I actually acknowledge the pain, acknowledge whatever is going on, allowing her to speak and not just telling her to shut up and get on with it, a really magical thing happens and she just brightens up. And it's like, oh, I don't have to make that such a big deal. Oh, hey, that's cool. Or, wow, I'm so glad that that's actually like not going to be such a massive thing for you in the future. Okay, cool. And I don't have to hold on to that pain and that anger anymore. Oh, yay! I'm so happy. And then whoosh, off she goes. She's bright and happy and she's living her fucking best life. And it's the funniest thing to watch that transition because it happens so fucking fast. And it's like, oh my gosh, how? Like, it's absolute magic. So keep doing what you're doing because clearly you're doing a really good job, but they're also your team is just saying to you, like, they're setting you up right now. They're giving you they're helping you to renovate your heart is what I just heard. And in renovating your heart, there's sometimes a time of demolition. And that demolition is happening at the moment. And it can get a bit messy. And it can get a bit dusty. And it can hurt a bit. And it's okay. It's okay because you're very, very well supported. You're supported by your team. Please keep connecting in with them. Allow them to surround you. You might be surprised who pops up if you really start tuning in. Yeah. Okay. Coming for you is some joyous moments. Keep playing with your inner child and have some fun with it too. And have lots of, do a little bit of work on the stuff, like maybe an hour or two, if you can stand it, and then put it to the side. Let it rest. Then come back to it when you feel drawn to. Don't feel like you have to keep slogging day after day after day for 8 hours a day or anything like that. It's not required. It's actually way more important for you to find those joyous moments, because those joyous moments are going to be the things that will pull you back up into your ventral vagal system, okay? And allow your body to relax so that it can actually flow through you with a lot more ease. Oh, thank you. So, oh, wow. Tamara, for those of you watching, this is what she's just said. It's so helpful knowing each week where to start and what to focus on. It takes a thought out of it for me and allows what needs to flow. Oh, I feel that. I feel that so deeply. And in my counseling sessions that I'm having at the moment, my beautiful counselor sends me journal prompts, and she's just like, when you feel it, you have a look at those journal prompts, and it doesn't matter to me if you work with them or you don't. They're just there to prompt you. So I sort of look at I look at this as a chance for you to do the same. So yay. Feeling that. Pretty cool, Paul, that you're going to go see Shania Twain. That's pretty awesome. She's awesome. She's a cool chick. Been around a long time. She's a cool chick. All right. So that was that one. Now, the nervous system tool to calm. What I would like you to do right now, if you're willing, and this is for everybody, on a scale of 0 to 10, okay? So on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being you're so chill and relaxed, you could go to sleep right now, to 10, which is hardcore panic attack, okay? I ask truth, where are you sitting on that scale of 0 to 10? Cool. So most of the day today, I'll be honest with you, I've been sitting up around a 6 and a 7. I very rarely get to a full-on 10, very rare. You guys are funny, talk about Shania Twain now. So I've got Paul in the YouTube land saying, man, I feel like a woman. And then I've got Tony going, that don't impress me much. All right. So, but right now, because I'm here with you guys and I'm in my very, very happy zone, this is the place where I feel the most calm. Between this and my healing room, the two areas of my house that I feel incredibly calm. So right now I'm sitting at around about 4.5, 5, which is great because that's the lowest on that scale I've been all day, which is kind of shows you what I'm, in saying that, I've also had a massage since having checking in with myself. Okay. So with that, okay, now what we'll do is put one hand on your heart, the other hand on your diaphragm, and just breathe in and breathing out. Taking notice of your body, breathe in, breathing out. Just notice, are your thoughts going a million miles? Is your body in tension right now? Is your breath really short and sharp? Is it long? And now with your eyes open, I'd like you to look around your space and find 5 things that are the same color. So for me, I'm going for the color red because that's easy. I'm wearing it. And I see red on the title of the book. I've got a red tablecloth. Is red that There's red there. There's red there. I can see red in the flag behind me. And if I look further around, I can see the red of the feathers. I come back to breath. Just a couple of breaths. And now when you look around, I want you to find 5 different textures. So for me, I see the fluffy blanket. So I see fluffy. I see the smoothness of my cup. I see the dimpled pattern of a lace tablecloth. I see the wicker basket, so it's like the woven pattern. It's a different texture again, it's a little bit rough. And not that you guys can see it, but over to my left I have a stringy curtainy thing. It's purple. So these are my 5. So 5 different textures. And with that, I'm officially a 4. So it's a combination of changing where your brain is focusing, because often when we are in like sympathetic or even dorsal systems, our brain is just going, or it's completely shut down and can't see anything at all. So making your brain focus on finding 5 different colors and 5 different textures with some breaths in between, you become more focused on your breath, but also giving your brain something to focus on that isn't a big deal. Something that is able to just help your brain go, oh, actually, I'm not under threat right now. I have literally got time to sit here and look for 5 different colors. I've got time to sit here and look for 5 different textures. I did this while I was driving today because I was feeling a little bit like tense. I don't like driving cars that I don't know particularly well, and I was having to drive the mechanic's loan car, and I also don't like driving that particular car because it's had people smoking in it in the past, and it irritates me. So I was just trying to calm my system down because it's like those chemicals coming into my system make me feel under attack, and I don't enjoy that at all. So it's like, okay, you can do this. And I made sure I had fresh air coming into the vehicle and things like that as well to help settle my system. But it's my body has become so sensitive to that sort of stuff now. So, ooh. So Amanda says she's about a 2 and she's only awake because she loves being here. Oh, I love that too. Paul is off now to work. Have a great weekend, Paul. Talk soon next week. Bye. Tony had a purple Dilma. Nice. Purple Sweet Dreams tea, a phone cover, 2 purples on my show. Then she had wood, a fluffy toy cat, glasses, and cheese balls. Ah, beautiful. The other fun texture is skin. So if you're struggling, you can just look at your hand. See plastic. Plastic's very, very smooth. There's lots of different things around us that have all sorts of different textures. And if you really want to ramp it up, find 5 things, different textures, same color. That was cool when I was at the traffic lights, actually, because I was like, oh, how many different green things can I find that are different textures? So, yes. Alrighty. So that's a tool that I picked up today. And I'm finding it to be very useful, coming in with especially touching of the heart space. I've found myself doing that so much more lately, so much. Now, just before I move on to Edwina, just to make sure she's actually here, or Edwina, when you're ready, you can pop your question in the chat, please. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. You are beautiful. Amanda, you will be after Edwina. And Tony, you will be after Amanda. Oops. Apparently, I have gone dyslexic on how to spell Tony. It's only 4 letters. Oh, dear. Cool. Oh, look, she's already up there. So, probably well over a month ago now, maybe even 6 weeks ago, I let you guys know that I was probably going to be doing some pretty deep healing. And this one was the last of, or the second of 2 pretty deep ones that happened maybe a fortnight apart. And this one shook me quite a lot. And the lifetime, so I'm just going to give a trigger warning here, because like I said, it shook me. So just breathe through this and just know that it's something that I have experienced, and if it is hard for you, I apologize. Okay, so just expand out. So I was in my bath and I was diving into elements of abandonment, rejection, and stuff like that. And what happened is I dove into a lifetime where it was the 1850s, and it was I was in a not super well-to-do, but well-to-do-ish type family. And it was that time when the more well-to-do families, they would go and basically you would have dowries, and like men would come in and, you know, offer a lot of money for a wife. And in this particular lifetime, when I dropped into it, I was the daughter of this man. And so my father, and I was 12. And the man who had negotiated for me to be his wife was successful in his negotiations with my father and took me away. I, at that moment, never ever saw my father ever again. I was never allowed to communicate to him. I did know how to read and write, which is that's what told me that I was part of the more well-to-do class. because I did know how to read and write, but also my clothing, and like we had our own horse and carriage, and you know, it was a little bit more fancy. And this man was much older than me. He was 30 years older than me. And he took me away from my family. He isolated me in his house. And he basically raped me every single day, except on the days that I gave birth to children. There were 8 surviving children and 3 that didn't survive. And I died on my 38th birthday. Or I died when I was 38, not 38th birthday, but when I was 38. This man was the only person that had correspondence with my father and told him that everything was fine. My father never questioned why he hadn't heard from me directly. He just trusted this man who was my husband. So my father never met any of his grandchildren. He never saw me, and he never ever once saw how neglected, how emaciated, how brutalized I had become. So I died alone, disenfranchised, completely disconnected from myself and my own being. And in that particular lifetime, I had to hold her through her death because she had no one. Her children were kept away from her while she was dying. So she was very, very alone, neglected, abandoned, abused. And the hardest part was that one of those characters was in my life at that time, was in my life at this time. And I realized that what I had to do was heal that lifetime so that I could see the truth of what was playing out in this lifetime. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. I had some very dark thoughts at that time. And those dark thoughts were very indicative of me starting to drop into dorsal vagal systems. Don't worry, that didn't last long. I have a fabulous support network. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is for beautiful beings like yourselves who might be going through a really weird, tough time, and you might be feeling like, I don't know where all these strange thoughts are coming from. I don't know. Like, I'm lucky enough that I've done so much work that I realized when those dark thoughts started coming in that there's more shit to uncover and heal here. And so I did the work. I did what I had to do. And I opened up a lot of pathways and a lot of doors to be able to welcome in a lot of new information so that I could continue to support my healing moving forward. And I made some good changes and communicated well with people who I could trust. And that being said, I'm sharing this with you all so that you can, now that I'm a fair few weeks away from it, so that you can have the courage to keep moving forward, even when things feel really fucking hard and tough and dark. Because on the other side of that darkness is the light. On the other side of that hard is the ease. It's not always easy, and it's sure as shit not always easy getting through it. But if you trust yourself enough that you can move through this stuff and reach out to the people that can help you, then everything will be so much brighter and more delicious and more amazing and more yummy moving forward. Will your body have a few moments of absolute freak out? Yes, it will. And it's your responsibility as the beautiful, conscious adult that you are to have allowance for that and love and nurture yourself regardless. It's yes, especially if you don't have a conscious, well-balanced, amazing partner with you. If you're having to do this on your own, you have to be your biggest support. Okay? So that's part of why I brought that tool to you tonight, to go, we can do this. Even when I'm having that moment, I can look for 5 colors. I can look for 5 different textures. Because you know what? When you're in dorsal, you sure as shit can't find things to be grateful for. It's so hard to find things to be grateful for. You can find things to be grateful for if you're in sympathetic. It's a bit easier. But if you're in dorsal, it's fucking damn near impossible. But you can look for 5 different colors, and you can look for 5 different textures. So, yeah, Amanda says, inside the dark is light, and that's why we need to wander through it, even when it's hard and even when it's scary. Yes. Because on the other side of that dark, and on the other side of that scary, and on the other side of that fear is the conscious enlightenment that you've been asking for. It's the growth. It's your spiritual development. It's your purpose. It's all there. You just have to reach out and grab it with both hands. So yeah, that's part of why things were very wobbly for a little bit. Part of it. I had some pretty, that was, you know, when you start looking at, what was that, 30 years of abuse, mental, emotional, and physical abuse on fast forward, within, say, 2 to 3 minutes, you're seeing the whole fucking lot. It's it sure as shit brought up some shit for me. And moving it through my body and stuff like that, it's so grateful. So grateful. Like I've said many, many times, the spiritual journey is not for the faint of heart. It's definitely not. And I'm here to tell you that it's possible to move through it regardless. And that you can come out the other end smiling, even if your back is full of bruises. natural process. Because, of course, part of what's going on back there with all the cupping and all of that emotional release is actually from that lifetime. That's part of what was being released through my muscles. Finding the words for it is not always easy as well. So forgive me for not being quite as articulate as I possibly would like. But I just felt like now was the right day for this conversation. Yeah, Amanda, I do agree. Like I said, I'm not being overly the best way to be articulate about it. So she said, personally, I feel it's not on the other side. It's all woven together. Well, that's what I think makes me, and that's what makes me understand me. But hey, that's me. Yes, it isn't all. It's all a big, beautiful tapestry, definitely. And the funny thing is that we ourselves in our lifetimes are all a big, beautiful tapestry across the collective too. And if you've read some of Dolores Cannon's work, she talks about that in some of her regressions that she's taken people through. And they've spoken about I can't remember, it's like the Great Room or something like that, where it's literally each person's thread is part of this massive, huge tapestry, and only select people get to actually see that tapestry. So, yeah. So, yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's a privilege to do it. And I feel so grateful. Like, I can tell you after that, it was just like moment after moment after moment of gratitude and the realization of who I can trust, who I can't. And it was all super crystal clear. And I was just like, okay. And of course, big special thank you goes out to my two special soul sisters who they have had hours of messaging from me and backwards to me, supporting me through this last few weeks, and a couple of months probably. But that's what we do. That's what we do for our friends. And for those of you who have sort of had a bit of a hint of what has been going on, yeah, that's a big part of it. And I know that a great majority of us, unfortunately, have had neglect and abuse and stuff like that, even in this lifetime. So if that's something that you're still healing with, my heart goes out to you, because it's multi-dimensional, multi-layered, and it takes a while. It takes a bit to work through all of those different layers. Yeah. All right, Edwina, I'm going to come back to your one now. And thank you for listening and being patient while I move through that. See, we're releasing a lot of energy. Oh, dear. Love it. Okay, just want to double check I haven't missed anything. Nope. Cool. Who wants to come and play with Edwina? Cool. So yes, when I was doing my big shifting around of shit last week, whoo-wee, there was a lot of stuff around family and Can you see why it came up? Because, family was not safe. It wasn't then, and it wasn't particularly safe in a lot of ways this lifetime either. And now I've changed that. That belief system has now changed. Yay. Happy days. Oh, I like that, Amanda. She's saying her cosmic web, her strands only glisten against the darkness. I like that. Like it's spider web glistening in the sunshine with all its little happy little rainbow drops on it of dewdrops sparkling. I love that so much. Okay, what would my spirit team like me to know about the job I've applied for? Ooh, exciting! You've applied for a job. That's exciting times. Whee! I'm not saying all of my family. There are some members of my blood family that have been and are still so beautiful, and I trust them and I love them and I know that they love me. And there are other members of my family that haven't sat in that section, and unfortunately those ones were the louder ones in my heart up until I changed my point of view. And not necessarily about them, but I'm not allowing their energies anymore to come in and hurt. I'm not allowing the rejection to hurt. I'm not allowing the resentment to hurt anymore. It's like they, in that, is it the labyrinth? Yes, I think it's the labyrinth. It's like, you have no power over me. That moment. That's what I got to move to. And moving lots of energy, isn't that great? Edwina, yes. Ooh, that one. All right. So, Edwina, your cards for this new job, they are very interesting. So let me just do one little pendulum thing. Show me a no, please. Cool. Sorry, I'm not going to put it up high because I've just had the massage and my body is saying no to putting it up high. So just bear with me. Okay, so truth. Successful in her job application. Okay. So what I asked the pendulum was, will Edwina be successful in her job application? And it was like going round in circles, and then eventually went yes. And the round in circles, I think, is to show me that it might take them a little bit. You might sort of start going into a little bit of doubt and going, oh, why aren't they? Maybe they've decided that it's not I'm not for them. Maybe, it's just going to take them a little bit to come to a decision, apparently. But then I got a yes. So do with that what you will. But the first thing it's going to do is apparently it's going to create some family balance. So you might even be able to get a little bit more work-life balance with this new job, which is very exciting because we all like a little bit of work-life balance and family balance. So with this, I also see that it says here the ties that bind also free. I don't get necessarily that is relevant for you, but I do get that the balance part of it is important to know, and that it'll help you to feel more internally in balance. Like your emotional side of things will feel a lot more calmer with this job, and it'll feel less stressful for you. That's what I'm getting from this first card. This next card is express your hidden feelings, celebrate your light. All right. So I don't know if you've been through the interview. I don't get a sense that you've had the interview yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, and that's okay. So, all right. Just so you're aware, Christine, I actually haven't received. Oh, I did. No, that was Friday, the 27th of June. No. The reason why I haven't answered your question, Christine, is because I haven't actually received a donation for you, darling. I don't know if it was a case of you just didn't press go on your PayPal or something like that, but there has not been anything. And as you know, people who are paying, they get preference. Okay? So just so that you're aware of why I haven't answered your questions. Expressing your hidden feelings and celebrate your light. So, you have had the interview. Interesting. I wonder if they'll get you in for a second interview. Sometimes companies do that. Either way, there's the sense that when you're speaking with them, talk about the good stuff. And celebrating your light. So celebrating the things that you have done really well, even the things that maybe you struggled with initially, but then that turned around to be a really positive outcome, stuff like that. And when it comes to previous workplaces, this is just in general, we try not to sort of put them down or anything like that. It's like, well, actually, even though that particular, like I can think of my last formal workplace, it was really funny because my current workplace never asked me about my formal like my previous job. It was great. But if I was to go into another interview and have to talk about that one, I'd go, look, even though there were times when things were a little bit challenging between myself and maybe certain members of the management team, the reason for that is because my standards and quality of care and my ethics, my standards are very high. My attention to customer service is incredibly important to me. And so as such, sometimes there would be some little bit of ruffling of feathers. But that's because I care about my clients. I care about the business and I care about my clients. And that is a conversation that I have had with my current workplace as well, when there's been little wobbles that have happened within the team. So talk about the good stuff. Spin it around. The next card that we've got for you is learn to nurture yourself, become the love you deserve. So this new workplace, because that's what you're asking me about, this new workplace I get will actually help you with that development. Just double checking. Yep, nope, it's definitely up the right way. And with this, you won't be in self-doubt all the time. You won't be wondering, did I make a big mistake here? You won't be going, oh God, eggshell. I'm not getting the sense of eggshells. I'm getting quite a kind and loving, nurturing kind of environment. I get, weirdly, fast-paced and busy. Yes, you know what it is, so it's cool. But yeah, I'm getting fast-paced, busy, but also it's going to help your system settle a little bit. And they seem to have their head screwed on straight, is what I'm feeling right now. We've got transform hereditary pain. The past does not bind you. So with this new place, what we're looking at is all those other workplaces that have made you have trauma, have pain, all that sort of thing. This new one is going to help push all of that into the past and not have you constantly referring it to your present. And that's going to be incredibly healing for you. And it'll be a slow process. But it will be incredibly healing for you. Because for the first little bit, you'll be like probably on high alert going, are they going to, what, you know, if somebody says, you know, like, you know, the good old ditty of we need to have a chat. Oh, I think everybody who's had that at some point in their lives goes, oh no. What have I done? What have I done? And if you're lucky, it's nothing. It's we need to have a chat because you're getting a pay rise. That would be great, wouldn't it? But yes, so I get this new one will be fabulous for you. This next one is assimilate your experiences, incorporate and invigorate. So your past experiences have given you a lot of skills and tips and tools and ways to manage difficult people and to keep within yourself. And yes, there's been times where you've disassociated from yourself as well. That's a trauma technique. It's a survival technique. But I get the sense that this is going to start bringing the you back in. It's going to help you come back to yourself, and also that it's going to really value your skills, your all of the things that you've learned, what not to do, and you'll be able to spin that around to going, well, if that's not what I would want to do, then I'll actually be able to do it the other way. Like, hey, that's cool. That's what I'm getting with this one. Okay. So you'll be able to, like it says, assimilate your experiences, incorporate, invigorate. And with all of that, you'll just start feeling every week, month, year, you'll feel more and more like, oh, I've got this. Yes, I'm feeling more and more in my stride. And I get a sense that your voice will start coming out more and more as your confidence grows. Okay. So all in all, it looks like to be a pretty positive thing, but there will be a moment where you'll sort of be going like, when am I going to hear back about this? Soften. Be gentle on yourself and don't go into self-doubt. Okay. Just one of the things that I would say over the weekend, when you got a spare moment, maybe when you're sitting on the toilet, and just imagine like the bosses, whoever's doing the hiring, are sitting there and they're looking at your resume and they're like, yes, this is the person for us. And imagine them picking up the phone and giving you that call and saying, would you like the job? It is yours if you would like it. And you going, yes! And imagine them writing that email to you to say, congratulations, the job is yours. Please fill out this paperwork, and we will be seeing you at this next earliest moment of convenience, blah, 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 whatever it is. So happy to have you on the team. Looking forward to seeing you. And just imagine that's happening as if it has happened already now. Okay. I get you'll know if this is the right place for you. You've got a very good intuition. And I also get that this workplace feels a lot nicer than your previous one. Your previous one has been a bit harsh on your system. And it'll be good for you to be able to just relax and breathe. Yeah. Thank you, Edwina. And Tamara, if you're still floating around, thank you for your big donation too. I'm so grateful for you both. And yeah, so grateful. And I wish you the best of luck, Edwina, with your job. And you have to let us know when you get it. Oh dear. So grateful. I wonder if there will be a second interview. Maybe they'll get a short list and then move from that point. So one thing about living in a small community, though, surely they wouldn't have that many people applying. Oh, that Tulsi tea's doing wonders, I'm sure. All righty. Alrighty. Aw. That's okay, Edwina. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Christine. Who wishes to come and play with Amanda? Oh. We got the Shaman's Dream for Amanda. We love a Shaman's Dream cards. They're some of my favorites, I think. I have a bit of a soft spot in my heart for the Shaman's Dream cards. Oh dear. I am so curious what this next little while is going to bring us all. I knew stepping into 2025 was going to create an incredible amount of change for all of us. I had no idea what that was going to look like, but I just had that sense that the previous year of being stagnant, of feeling really stuck, it was almost like so many people were in like a deep hibernation or brumation, as the case may be, and that feeling of just trudging through the muck last year. There was moments of brightness, but also just absolute moments of like deep despair and body problems, and like just for so many people that I know. And if not body, mind, emotional stuff, it was just fucking brutal last year. And when I was stepping into this year, I just got the sense that there would be a lot of movement this year. And some of that movement, of course, is physical movement, like for Amanda, for example, literally moving around the country whenever she damn well feels like it, which is very exciting, by the way. And I admire your courage to do so. I really, truly do. And oh, excuse me. Also looking at the amount of movement that's happening with the collective from a healing sense, I knew that was going to be big this year too. And even when I did my camping trip on Christmas, and all by myself out on these people's paddock, down by the creek, it just felt big, momentous kind of a year. And now that we're halfway through the 7th month, I don't think that feeling's been particularly incorrect. And it's taking some people a little bit longer to really start doing the big movements, but it's getting there, It really, truly is getting there. Anyways. Ooh. All right. I love these cards. Amanda, yep, lots of movement. You're right. I was brave as fuck, yes. And healing too has been huge. Yeah, absolutely. And one of the most beautiful things that I have been reminded of is when we are on this journey, sometimes people come into our world and it's kind of like, why the fuck did that person come into my life? I don't understand. And that can be family, it can be friends, it can be work people, it can be partners. And you're just like, what in the actual why? And as my spirit team said to me just recently, these people come into your world to give you direction because you've been floundering around and you've not actually given yourself enough guidance, enough guidelines, not guidance, but guidelines to make it really fucking clear what you require. And so, for example, for me and my thing of making my deal breakers list, that's now a thing in my world. I've never done that before. I spoke about that last week. And it's the people that are in our world, and that's not just talking about relationships like of a romantic kind, that's just in general. We tend to give certain sections of people in our life a lot more leeway because they are closer to us, or you don't want to lose your job or anything. So, you know, you don't want to upset people, or you know, like in my work, we have all sorts of clients. We've got clients that go from couldn't give a shit if we were there or not, through to the ones that absolutely treat us like slaves, through to the people who are just so fucking grateful for us being there that they want to give you all of, you know, all the baking and all the cups of tea and coffee you could ever want. You'd be walking out looking like a bloody cup of coffee at the end of the day. And they are just so grateful to have you there doing the things that they can't do. And then you've got all these other types as well. And it's like, if you only focus on the ones that are, you know, treating you terribly, and you let that I'm back. I'm sorry. All the cookies, yeah. That was an aeroplane. So if you didn't know, I live very close to the Air Force, the Air Force base. And they really love taking off at nighttime. And I've only just clicked in the most recent probably week or so that when they are taking off, because I'm on Starlink here, when they take off, it fucks with my Starlink. So thank you for waiting. I appreciate it very much. And if it happens again in the future, please note it's probably a Air Force plane taking off. It's not raining tonight. It's very nice and clear over here, which is lovely, which is probably part of the reason why they're doing night maneuvers, because they still do them in the cloudy weather, not so much in the night, like when it's raining. They do occasionally. I suppose you still got to get used to flying in the rain, but yeah, when it's a lovely clear night like it is today, yes, which probably means there's a good chance that I will have one of those very funky sleeps at around 2:30 a.m. because I like to take off at 2:30 in the morning. How lucky. Yes, I'm flying off in a good way. Righty-ho. Back to actual readings, because you just never know when another plane's going to take off. All right. So the first card for you, dear Amanda, is Joyful Muse. Don't you love the creativity of this one? Isn't that so cute? I love it. Inspiration, the gift of play, and inner child. The Joyful Muse invites you to be more playful, to have more mirth and joy in your life. You have become boring to yourself, even as others continue to find you interesting. Oh, Amanda, I'm sorry. Circumstances have dulled your edge, and it's time to change. Not the things around you, but your attitude. Blow a morning kiss to yourself in the mirror, smile to a stranger, wink to a child, be mildly but elegantly inappropriate. I don't know, did I send you the thing with the lady, the pink? just whoa. Mildly but elegantly inappropriate. The Joyful Muse is a source of inspiration, a wild and disruptive feminine force that compels you to invite more pleasure and delight into your life. Give yourself permission to be mischievous. Find the humor in the tragedy while careful not to become frivolous. The power of this muse will shake up everyone around you and invite you to create beauty and grace out of the pain and tragedy you perceive in areas of your life. The Joyful Muse often comes at a time when darkness prevails and the future seems dour. Embrace her gifts, being playful without being silly. Invite the child inside of you to come out for a play date, and she will help you to return to your innate innocence, the place of never been there, never done that, even if it is the same routine you wake up to every morning. Oh, that was just, I love that. Oh dear. There's, I can see you having a lot more fun with that one. That's just like a gentle kind of a gentle nudge. I think you do have a lot of fun. But in saying that, just be aware of where you're losing, as it said, losing some of your edge because of, the situation that you're in, the that you have created, which is an absolutely amazing situation. But yes, keep the fun up. Keep doing those fun little things that you do, cracking the jokes that he doesn't get, and all that sort of stuff. Like, just keep going, because it's one of the things that, even if he doesn't get it, it's one of the reasons why he loves you. And the other thing about that is that the more you play, the more inspired you will be. And the more inspiring you are, the more you'll play, and then the more you'll create, and then the joyousness of the creation will be so easy for you. Yeah. All right, the next card that we've got is Fortune's Wheel. Luck and right timing, a turn of fortune. The Fortune's Wheel is a sign that luck has found the right timing in your life. You have the magic touch and everything turns to gold. There is nothing you can do wrong. You only need to hold what you desire as your intention and it becomes true. Do not waste this power on trifling things. Dream big, for surely this opportune moment will pass. Such is the nature of Fortune's Wheel. Use the creative power of Fortune's Wheel for the benefit of others, and the gifts will be returned to you tenfold. Use it only for your own gain, and you will be left impoverished with the bitter taste of squandered opportunity. Fortune's Wheel comes unannounced. Notice the early signs, the coincidental encounters, and the seemingly magical synchronous events that herald its arrival. That call, that email, that invitation, that chance encounter that was no accident, they were all choreographed by Fortune. Do not wait any longer. Carpe diem. Recall your boldest and noblest longing and invite it into your life. This invitation is all that is required. So, oh, Jesus. Sorry, Amanda. Just reading your comment. What I was getting with this one is I'm getting a lot of heat in your hips, in the hip area. So the hips, of course, are a lovely area for emotional storage. Let me just grab Aina for a moment. So in your creativeness, and with the healing that you might be moving through, see if you can move some of that energy that you might have stored in your hip area, some of those emotions, which are energy, right? And move them into your creations. So see if you can sort of, when you do some of those tools that we talk about, like even the expanding out tool or that breath, belly, the looking for things, coming back to yourself, looking at your body, like tapping in with your body, and checking in with your body, seeing what's going on there. Check in with your hips and go, okay, so seeing as I'm in this beautiful, safe, loving environment, what do you have to tell me? And what have you stored that I've never acknowledged before? And how can I bring that into a creation so that we can release it from our system? And because there's some pretty heavy stuff that sits in the hips, right? And that's not even counting the stuff that happens like for a mum who's birthed children and carried and birthed children and all that sort of stuff. Like that's a whole other element again on top of all of this stuff. So this is old stuff. It's not stuff that is current. So truth, what will it create? Okay. So I was just asking, what will it create if I read this to you? And I will read it to you because I don't know that you have this book at your fingertips. So it's talking about family problems and disagreements. Who are you carrying on your hip? feeling used, unappreciated, angry, betrayed, deceived, let down, shot down, alienated, experiencing strain, frustration, guilt, lack of support, too much responsibility, feeling unacknowledged, taken advantage of, and manipulated. So like I said, if I tune in on truth, is any of that what you are currently experiencing? That's a big fat no. But if I say truth, is that past stuff? Yes. And there's still, maybe not all of it, but some of those things that are still stored in your hips that are now sort of getting to a point where they're ready to be released, because you're now in an environment where you feel safe enough to do so and for it to come out as part of your creations. Okay? So whether that be with writing, whether that be through artwork, whatever creative endeavors help you to move through it. But it is time to start moving that out of your body now. Okay? It was just sort of like quite hot, like I said, hot energy on my hips. 39. Oh dear. Yep. All right. So detox, eliminating toxic thinking, repairing the body, mind, spirit, and cleaning house. In case we didn't get that from the previous card, they wish to re-establish, reinvigorate, rewind, all the re's. When the detox card appears, it challenges you to discard the deep, dearly held judgments that you have passed over yourself and others. Release the people who you feel wronged or offended you. Recognize that they mirror the shadow aspects of your own soul. Yes, it is a tough pill to swallow. Only then can you cull from your life the toxic people you have allowed into your inner circle. It's time to get cleaning of the proverbial house. Get rid of the thoughts and personal judgments poisoning your mind. Eliminate the inauthentic beliefs of others that you have adopted as your own. Do so before the mind makes you sick. And empty your literal cupboards of all the unhealthy junk food poisoning your body. Fast for one day or skip a meal to allow your body to cleanse itself and rid itself of toxins. Detox appears as a warning that you can no longer postpone the self-care and pampering you long for. The time is now. Do healthy maintenance on your body before you have to make the repairs that you will never quite recover from. Detox has come to caution you that it is not too late, but you are at the 11th hour. Do not deprive yourself of the health that you deserve. Okay? Detox. I also get that's something else that was popping up as I was reading that is, as you release things like resentment, rejection, and all of those sorts of things, the work that you do for yourself, quite often those people that you've been holding grudges with or about that sort of thing, when you do that work and you release them from your system and you do the forgiveness work and all of that sort of stuff, those toxic people will literally leave your life of their own accord. Now, how they do that can happen very quietly sometimes, and sometimes they'll just pack a big, huge patty and make a big, huge song and dance about it. But the funny thing is that when they do that, you're just like, okay, have you finished now? All right. Thank you. Bye. And there'll be no energetic, emotional charge on it. And it'll be easy for you, or easier for for you because you've already done the work, right? So there's nothing for them to bounce off of. There's nothing for it to like grab onto you with it. So it's easier to let it go, let it go. I know you guys can't see the rose. I'm sorry. There we go. There's my rose cup. That was a gift. Now I know why they did Joyful Muse as your very first card, because the next two, so we've got, you know, detoxing, and then the next two are just like, whew. The Perfect Storm. An invitation to act now, the courage to step into life, and sheltering from turbulence. When the perfect storm appears, it cautions you to be ready for an exciting, if turbulent, time. The winds are picking up, and you need to make sure that you are close to the eye of the storm, or you will be buffeted by gusts that may take you far from where you require to be. The key is to remain centered and balanced and bear witness as the forces build in intensity. Notice how the loose stuff starts to fly around and recognize how little of it you truly require. Let go of those thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes that clutter your heart and cloud your mind, and then the storm will be absolutely perfect for you. If you wonder what you might lose during the perfect storm, know that it is those things that we are most attached to that are taken first, as if life were trying to unburden us of our righteous self-importance. Let it go with the wind. The less you resist the change brought by the perfect storm, the happier you will be. Ride the winds to your next destination, embrace the rain or the snow, and remember that every time you try to argue with nature, you lose. The perfect storm can also be a call for you to seize the moment. There might be a great opportunity that you require to take advantage of right now. Carpe diem. They do love that phrase, don't they? Time is of the essence. It may be gone shortly, so do not hesitate. Go ahead, bite off more than you can chew, and take the storm on in all of its terrifying greatness. Experiencing the fullness of life, you will succeed. So, you will succeed. You will succeed. Carpe diem. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's courage. I don't know if you got a really good look at that card, but I'll show it to you a bit closer. It is just a fucking fascinating card. I've seen this one several times now, and I look at it and I see all those stars. I see the clouds. I see like this big beating heart of this raven. It's just like, whew. There's just so much power in this card, and it makes me it's like, it's scary as fuck, that card, to me, but at the same time, like, fuck yeah, you can fucking do it. You know, like, there's that video of the girl that fell over while she was doing the skating around the aerodrome, and she went from being last to not only catching up to the rest of the pack, but going past them and winning the bloody race. Like, that's what that reminds me of, that card. It's just like, whoa, yes. Like, and as I was watching that video, literally, as that young girl was just flying past, and it was like, oh my God, I was so fucking happy and proud of her. And I just started crying. Like, I'm almost crying now thinking about it. Like, it's just so cool. And it's like, that's what we are all capable of in our own little unique ways. every time we get pushed down, every time we get busted up, every time we get, you know, we just got to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and fucking keep going with the end goal in sight. And just go, it doesn't matter what anybody else says. It doesn't matter if, you know, it's like, and if you've got people there going, oh, it's okay, love. Like, can you imagine if she'd had somebody from her team, her mum or whatever, running out onto the aerodrome and going, oh my God, darling, are you okay? Trying to helicopter parent her? She wouldn't have won. It's like, so cool that she had the strength and the tenacity to just fucking get up and get going. It's like, I'm not letting this hold me back. I'm not letting any doubts come into my mind. I'm just going to go for it. Be like that. Be like that in your life. That's what I call like that inner fire. That what I call is like, it's what I call narcissistic fire. In that it's that willingness to trust yourself so emphatically that nobody can deviate you from your path. Nobody. It's that single-mindedness without being too, like, without hurting other people along the way. But it's that fire in the guts thing. It's just, it's incredible. And this is what that card reminds me of. And no, it doesn't mean that you need an antacid to have fire in your guts. Exactly. Even if you fall down 2 times, get up 3 times. That's right. Now this one, I have never seen this before, but it seems very relevant for you, my dear. This is Deep Diver, embracing risk, diving into a task and new discoveries. It's easy to play in the shadows where the waters are clear and you can see all that glitters by your feet. Anyone can venture here. Anyone can venture here. There is little risk, nothing to discover, no dark secret, nothing you can't already perceive. The treasure has long been picked away, replaced by a gentle certainty. In the shallow river is safety and no surprises. But that's not who's calling you now. The deep diver invites you to take the plunge with him. You can't see the bottom, but you must swim into the dark depths to find the mystery that eludes you now. He knows where the pearls lie underneath the ancient sands. You are called to look beyond the surface of things for your answer. Let your intuition propel you into the water, allowing your memories to swirl around you and your emotions to well up as you face the unknown. Your curiosity will be your greatest guide, and you'll surely discover something wondrous to bring back to everyone who is wandering by the shore. But only you will truly know the value of your discovery. Are you willing to do the work? Dive in, make the commitment to see it through, and you'll be amazed. Keep going. And that's why this was the first card. And this is the last card. It's like, let's build you up and make you feel all nice and light and fluffy because you got this shit to do. And this is to remind you to not get stuck here. Okay? Keep them balanced. The light and the dark. We've been talking about this a lot tonight. The light and the dark. Yeah. That's to do with doing things differently. Is it any surprise, but your yummy card is healing? Literally, see? Healing. So easy enough to see that this process, this creative process that you're going to be going on and you are continuing to go on, they're asking you to dive deeper into it, do more of it, write more, create more, draw more, do more pictures, do the things that help to bring out these emotions. Do the healing. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you so much for your very kind donation. I'm incredibly grateful for you and grateful for your willingness to show up here, even though you're at a number 2 and basically want to go to sleep. I love that. And I'm so grateful for your company, your kindness, your gentleness, and contribution to me, to Find You Fridays. So grateful. No, I can only hope that that is the case. Oh, have we got any more tea? Yay! All right, Miss Tony. Your turn, my love, if you're still awake. Just missed that one. What is your question, Miss Tony? If I remember correctly, you're more of a night owl anyway, so that works in my favor. Oh no, the yawning, it's not, the yawn is just energy moving. I'm absolutely fine. Remember, I'm 2.5 hours behind you, so I'm good. It's only, what, 22 or 10:40 p.m. Yes, it's late. And generally I am in bed by now, but no, that's absolutely perfect. I'm just happy that you're home and you're safe and, you know, your health is improved. Oh yeah, maybe lots of energy, this one. Lots and lots of energies. I know. it's one of those funny things of how energy moves. And it wasn't until I really started diving into my healing journey that I realized there's a few things I've done for a long, long time before I even got into being an energy healer or anything like that, when I reflected on it, I realized it's something I've been doing since I was little. And one of them was yawning. And in yawning a lot, people go, "Are you tired?" I'm like, nah. This is because you've been through some health stuff. And so my body is actually naturally coming out to just help move some stuck energy for you. And so I just go, no, I just need more air in my head. That was what I used to say as a kid. Turns out it wasn't actually too far from the truth, in that what I was perceiving as people stuck energy. And when I was unaware of what I was perceiving, it would come through as a heaviness. And so I would yawn to help move that energy through, so that had processed, because that's part of how I deal with energy, is by yawning and just allowing it to release. It's like, don't need to stay with me, it can go. And that's a part of why yawning is so infectious, because every time one person yawns, right? And what if all yawning was to do with that? I don't think it is, but if a lot of people have that, where they yawn to process energy and to move it through their bodies. And that's part of why the process of moving it through can be infectious, in that if you have this, I saw it the other day, it was like there was a panel of 3 people. There was 2 hosts and a guest, and one of them yawned, and so then the next person yawned, but the third person didn't. And I'm like, I wonder why that is. And then I realized it's because the person who did yawn, the host that did yawn, actually had the similar energy to the person who initially yawned. Similar sort of stuff going on, right? And so it's like, in her yawn, and that first person yawning, she moved through the energy, and the second person had the same sort of energy going on, so they also moved and processed. It's an inspirational yawn. It's a movement of energy yawn. And if it's just a yawn because you're tired, you find that generally that doesn't get passed on to anybody else. But if it's a movement of energy yawn, you'll see it just go ding, 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 ding. Just something fun for you to take notice of. All right. So I wondered why one of the Heal Yourself cards wanted to come out. And now that I've flipped it over, I'm like, all right. So it's self-love. Isn't she gorgeous? Anyway, see if I can keep her there. Time to take time. Take time out to get to know yourself and what works for you in this particular cycle of your life. Some of the biggest obstacles to self-love are self-criticism and perfectionism, which can lead to harsh judgment of the self, closing down, and eventually illness. Have you been trying to compete with others, get approval from people in your family, or simply pushing yourself too hard? If so, you need to soften and start listening to your body. Focus on keeping your heart open and practice acknowledging and recognizing the good in yourself and others. This card beckons you to breathe love in and out every moment of the day. Ask yourself, what changes do I need to make to my daily routine so that love can pulsate through every breath, action, and relationship I engage in? Choose to open your heart through softness, deep breathing, relaxation, movement, finding beauty in nature, in your home, in your pain, in your love, in your sadness, in prayer, and so on. Keep your heart open even though it makes you feel vulnerable and exposed. Okay, your action for this card. This week is your opportunity to learn to receive. Anytime anyone says something nice to you or offers to help you, take a deep breath, thank them, and accept. You need to find something loving or nurturing to do for yourself. You require to find something loving or nurturing to do for yourself. This could be a massage, a healing treatment, a movie with a friend. Every time you look at the mirror, repeat, I am lovable. Do this every day until you really believe it. Okay? That was a good one. Just just on the yawning thing, Matt, I have noticed I yawn constantly when we are driving. Well, Matt is driving. It's normally just after breakfast. No way I'm tired. I'm convinced I'm moving Matt's energy from driving new roads and towing because he's concentrating so much. Yes. Something I will come back to that thought. So stay tuned. I have more information about that too. Continuing on. So, your theme for the week is self-love. Ruby. So we've got the nice, soft, gentle cards for you. They are the Secret Language of Color cards. And the Secret Language of Color cards from our beautiful friend Ina. I don't often read from them because I feel like I already know them so well. They were like one of the first decks that I ever got. Not the first one, but it was maybe the second, I think. And she has, oh, I love this. So what I was drawn to as I was opening up the book was you might even decide to wear a ruby pendant or to hold a ruby crystal to strengthen your body and motivate you for success. Say, Divine Healing Intelligence, please release all pain, stress, and tiredness and infuse my body with healing, rejuvenating, revitalizing energy. Ruby is a color of dynamism, rejuvenation and strength, increasing your stamina and filling you up with the energy and enthusiasm for life. It is the color for propensity, prosperity, courage, achievement, and motivation. Ruby also encourages shy people to come out of their shell by building confidence. Use ruby light to feel truly alive and dynamic. Alive and dynamic. See, ruby red. Who knew? This is why I had to wear ruby red today. Rejuvenating your body. Okay. Now, I don't believe you necessarily have to have a ruby, but it could be the color of ruby. Okay. So see if you can bring a bit of that gorgeous red into your world. If you haven't already, maybe you require to make yourself a ruby red bracelet. Just a thought, or a pendant, or something like that you can have with you. Actually, I'm seeing like I don't want to say worry beads, but kind of like worry beads, where you've got a string of beads, kind of looks a bit like the size of a bookmark, and it's something that you can rub your fingers along. As somebody who's very low level, probably ADHD type person, that's me, I find moving things through my fingers, textures through my fingers, to be very soothing and calming. So, for example, my pen here, I will quite often do things with just this bit. I'll run my thumbnail across even that little gap between the little, so the gap that sits in here. I'll quite often run my fingernail through there. I like to feel the dip in the little latch here in the cap. Latch? Whatever that thing's called. The clasp thingy here. I like to feel that. I will do things like I'll make it go up and down, depending on where this, I think that one's there. Yeah. Depending on what it is, how easy it is to do one-handed. I like doing things one-handed. I have a little plastic key that I like to play with, fidget toy stuff. But I find it to be very soothing. Like, you'll find me doing things like this. I don't tend to be a mouth player, but this. And that's what I was sort of sensing for you. It's like that. It's almost like that's part of why we eat. If we're people who eat when we are stressed or bored or worried or whatever, it's not so much that we actually wish to eat. It's actually we wish to do something with our fingers. And the action of putting food into our mouth is literally, it's a fidget toy. And so maybe have a look at doing stuff like that. Maybe create something for yourself that's a little bit like worry beads, where you can just sort of play with it while you're watching your TV or something like that. Cool. All right. Technically third card, but anyway. Round, which is establish boundaries. I wonder what book says about that. That's got me curious now. Because like I said, we don't use the book on this deck of cards very often. That's because I don't need it. All right. So this one is about looking at, and what I'm actually getting here is this is about the creating of the boundaries with yourself for self-love. So create a boundary in your life where you are no longer going to be judgmental, where you're no longer of yourself. Okay. And therefore, as you're continuing that process of no longer being judgmental of yourself, your body, your health, all that sort of stuff, it'll start to radiate out around you. Okay. Amanda. Yeah, she does this. She does this. I will sometimes play with my hair. I will play with my hair. And I'll do this. I'll just flick it, the end of it, through my fingers like this. The other thing that I use as soothing is this. And I will put my thumbnail or fingernail, but mostly my thumbnail, goes into the grooves, and I just swing it around and I just move it around like that. And I'll find myself doing it all sorts of times. I'll be sitting there talking to a client and I'll just unconsciously be going like this. Yeah. And I'm just standing here talking. It's like so weird. And I realize, and I go, oh yeah. So the boundaries of being kind to yourself, because your first card being the self-love card, this is coming back to you stuff. It's about, if you wish to have better health, then you're going to have some more self-love. And the self-love means giving up rejection, giving up resentment, giving up the judgment of yourself especially. And as you give up that for yourself, you'll be able to give it up for other people with a lot more ease. Okay. The next card that you have is purple, which is develop mental clarity. So when we are in those heavier emotions, especially because you're in a living situation which has a lot of people in it, and because you are an empathic, beautiful being, please be aware that if you're feeling all fuggity in your head, it's probably other people's shit. It's probably the energetic impacts of other people's medications. It's probably other people's emotional shit as well. Okay? So just be aware that if you're feeling a little bit like, oh, God, and then you find yourself getting reactive and a bit cranky and just take some time to, again, it's about the boundaries. It's not barriers, it's about boundaries, energetic boundaries for you. Make your space the place where that energy cannot get through. And you can do that from your mind out to the edges of your room. Okay? And with that will come the freedom for you to just go. And if you get a chance, open up the window if you're able to, so that you can get that fresh air in, because that will make such a big difference. My house here, even though it's quite big, there is the warmer sides of the house, but in winter, I don't really feel the warmth of the day at all. Like my house stays pretty temperate, which I feel very grateful for. But if I really wish to experience nature or the outside world, I literally have to go outside to do that. Like I can't just sit and look at a window, because all of my windows are quite high up and they're all on that side of the house, the western side of the house. And so it's like, and a couple of those windows look directly into the neighbor's house, like, well, not into it, but their roof kind of thing. So it's not really a pretty outlook. So I don't tend to look out the windows too much. So I realized this more than ever throughout this winter time is like when I've got a few days off in a row, I have to take myself outside to go and enjoy some fresh air, enjoy the nature, enjoy the sun, maybe even just have a little wander around when it's drizzling rain. I know that that's not possible for you to go outside like that all the time. However, it is possible perhaps for you to open a window and allow that nature energy to come in. Okay? And with that, that's where your mental clarity will start kicking in a bit better. The other thing you can do for self-love, because this is what this is all about, your healing, your session is all about self-love. So rejuvenating your body, establishing the boundaries, developing mental clarity. Amber is your last card. Awaken your creativity. All right. So all of this stuff is about coming back to your creativity and finding the ways to make things work for you. It might not be the way that it would work for me. It might not be how it would work for Amanda or anybody else watching this right now. It's how it will work for you. so that you can make sure that you are giving yourself the most maximum amount of self-love that you can possibly do. And that can mean being literally creative, like making a string of worry beads or whatever it is. But at the same time, this is about you finding creative solutions to the issues that you currently have. Okay. Well, it sounds like that's a good solution. If the people there are not being kind, then you don't want them to stop and talk, do you? So that's good. And just remember that they've got their own shit going on too. You know, sometimes people mishear stuff. I know that is something that cropped up this week at work between a couple of different people, which I smoothed out, of course, because I'm here to create ease. But it was one person misheard another person. And this other person was actually talking about themselves. They weren't even talking about the first person, but the first person, because of what was said, thought that the second person was talking about them, but they actually weren't. People management, gotta love it. All right. And the second person didn't realize that the first person had even heard anything of what the second person said. This is why if I hear stuff and it feels wonky to me, these days I do one of two things. Before I go into resistance and reaction these days, because I'm actively working on my vagus system, my autonomic system, and actively encouraging my body and my system to be in my ventral vagal system rather than in my sympathetic nervous system. I will, if I hear something, say if I was the person in the position of person one, I'd be going, huh. And then I'd go, truth. Was that actually about me? And I'd feel it would be heavy. And I'd be going, oh, okay. That's nothing to do with me. And it wouldn't even sit with me anymore. And that's the gift of using your awareness. But you see, the person in this particular situation is not like you and I. They don't know how to use their awareness. I don't think they even know they have awareness. And that's okay. Oh. So many people, staff barge on in when I've already told them I'm on an important phone call as it was, then they ignore what I said. Yeah. It is tough. And I don't envy you, your situation at all. Is it at all possible for you to have like a do not disturb sign on your door? Is that at all possible? You know, I know that you have to have your machine outside, like your oxygen machine outside the door. But even just to have like some moments of just gentle privacy and just put a do not disturb sign. It might help. Your yummy card is heart. So keep coming back to your heart. Keep coming back to this. Keep coming back to that process that I showed you earlier, breathing through your heart and breathing down into your belly. just and if it's a staff member that is doing that, it might be that okay. Amanda. All right. So Tony, just when and if that happens again, or you don't even need it to happen again, but what I would encourage you to do is have a look at the people who are irritating you the most, because that's what this time is all about right now. This communication, the mirroring, the working through, the healing of the stuff. Okay. So what is coming through at the minute is an encouragement to you to go, okay, number one, what's right about this that I'm not getting? And number two, truth, what is in me that is the same as this behavior that I don't want to look at? Because if I looked at that behavior and I actually saw those aspects of me in there, I'd be, put any number of words on that. And then find that place of compassion within to forgive yourself. Okay? And this could go back a long, long way. This could go back to a time where perhaps, okay, so you put people don't empathize with my illness. They can't. A lot of people won't because they don't have your illness. Okay, so then come back to any time in your life where you haven't empathized with someone else's stuff going on in their life. That's the irritation. That's the rub. Because if it wasn't something that was stirring up in you, it wouldn't bother you. It wouldn't matter to you if people can't empathize with you in your illness. It's like there's a concept, a psychology concept called the wounded healer. In that there are the therapists out there who have had the most beautiful, wonderful, privileged life. They have had loving, supportive parents. They have never had to struggle for food or for money or anything like that. If they wanted a holiday, they got to go on holiday. If they, their first girlfriend or boyfriend, and everything was just easy. And they've gone to university, they've got their PhDs or whatever in psychology, they've become a therapist. They've ended up in the area of abuse and trauma, which most therapists do end up in some way, form. But that therapist can only relate to the clients from a book sense. They cannot relate to their clients from a lived experience. And the trouble is that when we are in the caring industries, like, there are those who can energetically empathize because they feel it in their own bodies, like me, right? I'm a kinesthetic healer. I'm a kinesthetic learner. Then there's those people, like I was just saying, they only learn it from a theoretical point of view. So they don't understand the pain. They don't understand the shock and the trauma running through the body on a daily basis. They don't understand how fucking hard it is to wake up in the morning and go, oh my fucking God, I'm still here. They don't get it. And they won't get it unless something happens to them in their life. That will be an absolute big shock because they've had such a privileged life. That helps them to understand that, to understand that. At the moment, they only have understanding. They don't have understanding. You, on the other hand, have understanding of what it feels like to not be receiving the understanding of others. Now you can flip that round and go, wow, you're so lucky. Okay. There's a lot of different ways to handle this. And none of it has to do with rejection or resentment or grudges or building up extra karmic bullshit load. Go back in your own life. Find those moments where you have only functioned from understanding and can now apply understanding to those moments in your life. And perhaps, just maybe, you might find a little bit more compassion for the others who cannot do it for you right now because they just literally can't. Just because they're a nurse or a carer or work in the caring industry, the disability industry, the aged care industry, doesn't mean they have understanding. The majority of them don't. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. So it's up to you. It's up to you to teach them by you breaking that chain of resentment, of judgment, of rejection. It's up to you, even if it's for only your own karmic value. And that's part of why you're where you are. You have some vital work to do for yourself. And it's tough. It's hard work. But you got this. Or a resident. Yeah, just because they're a resident doesn't mean they're going to understand either. Because they've got their own shit going on. You got to remember, you're a beautiful empathic being. And unfortunately, in your generation, you're a little bit of the not so common one. Because your generation weren't allowed to be empathic. Your generation was not able to be aware and to soften and to hear their inner spirit and to know that that's okay to do. So yeah, you have a really unique position. And it's a hard position, not just for you, But it's hard for those around you too. It's just their heart is different from your heart. Sending you lots of love, Tony. And remember, keep coming back to your heart. Keep coming back to self-love. And remember, every time that you judge others, it's that whole thing of there's like at least 3 fingers pointing back at you. You're judging yourself 3 times as harsh. I love you. I have to say that the place that where you are, they're very privileged to have you, Tony. They really, truly are. All right. I'm just going to take that one off. Thank you so much for your beautiful donation, Tony. So incredibly grateful for you and your willingness to be here and enjoy some time with us. And I love your contributions. All right, I have to jump all the way back up here. I think she had 2 questions, but I have to find, maybe not. I thought there was 2. Maybe there wasn't. Oh, she's put them on the same one. Oh, see, my brain is so in my head right now. Oh, that's funny. Aww. Yeah, I'm glad I got the chance to come over and meet you too, Tony. All right, let us have a look and see which pendulum would like to talk to Miss Christine. No, I can't hold it up high for you, Christine. Sorry. So let's do a trust. So truth, the yes. And truth, no. It always fascinates me how that works. All right, so truth. What will it create if Christine lowers the rent of 3401 to 2,500? Truth, what will that create? It's a no. Okay, so truth, what will it create if Christine keeps the tenants, the rent, sorry, at 3401 at 2550? I'm still getting a yes on that one. So it's keep it at 2,550. Okay, and the other question, do I need to decrease 2511 duplex from 1,495 to 1,475? So truth, what will it create if Christine reduces the rent on the 2511 to 1,475? Truth, what will it create if she puts the rent of 2511 duplex to 1,480? That's a yes. See, the 1,475 was like this weird angle. It was kind of like, yeah. All right, so let me just do a double check on the next couple of numbers. So Truth, what will it create if Christine has the duplex at 1,495? Yeah, that's a very definite no. Truth, what will it create if she puts the duplex at 1,490? See, that's an angle again. So it's kind of like, and okay, let's try Truth. What will it create if she puts the duplex at 1,485? Yeah. So 1,485, 80, 85, both of those felt pretty good. And they were both sort of saying yes on that, those two. So yeah, dropping it down just a tiny touch, not as big as $20, but yeah, dropping it down to 80, 85 seems to be pretty good, and that will create more. Whereas the 75 seems to, it's a definite no. And the 2,550, let's go halfway in between that. So Truth, what will it create if she puts the 3401 house at 2,525? Okay. Truth, what will it create if she puts the rent of the 3401 house to $2,530? Just so that you know what I'm seeing, it's going round in circles. Which is like, yeah, maybe, yeah. Truth, what will it create if she puts the rent of the 3401 house to $2,540? Oh, that's a nice good yes. Okay. So there you go. Somewhere between 2,540, 2,550, you should be on to a winner. This is actually a poncho. See, it's a big old poncho. Isn't that cool? So I get a blankety thingy that keeps me warm. Thank you, Christine, for your donation. Thank you for waiting. And I'm glad we got all that sorted out. All right, my loves, it's time for me to have a little drink. Right. 0.5. Right. Thank you for reminding me about the yawning when they're driving. Thank you. So just see if this resonates with you, Amanda. So, Truth, are you aware of entities? Are you aware of energetic portals? Are you aware of stuck energy? All of these things, as you're driving through them, can make you yawn. Ooh, which reminds me, I've got to tell you guys something really exciting that happened this week. I forgot. So anyway, stuck entities, energetic portals, and that sort of thing can all make you yawn as you're going through them. Yes, you can absolutely be pulling the energy from Matt to I get there's a lot of lightness there. You're creating a lot of peace and ease for him so he can concentrate. Just be aware where you might be pulling a little bit too much of that into yourself and not letting it go properly. So yawning is really good, but you might also feel like you want to get up and stretch and move around a little bit more. So yeah, entities, stuck portals, stuck entities, portals, stuck energy, all those things. Stuck energy comes from things like where roads have been built over what was previously like graveyards, places where things have died, and the energy of that is still floating around. I've even had it in places where there used to be big forests and now there's not. There's roads or buildings. I've had yawning happening with those too. So just be aware of a couple of those little things that might be floating around for you. So yeah, and I might save that other little story. I'm going to write it down. Oh, no, Amanda's still here. Maybe it's a story just for Amanda. So in my healing journey, in my my journey with my modalities, I'm going to put it that way, I have learned some really cool tools for helping entities move on. And I was driving to work the other morning and it was early-ish and the sun was, starting to come up. We had pink clouds, but they were all like straight across clouds like this. But they were just fairly low-lying clouds, and then there was this big, open, clear sky. And there was just this one big blob of a cloud. And I'm driving along the expressway, heading into Adelaide, and there's this one blob just sitting there, and I'm looking at it going, hello. And then all of a sudden it was like these little tendrils started coming, like little tentacles started coming out of it. And I'm like, oh. So I'm driving along going, oh, hey, Truth, are you Truth of what are you? Are you an entity of some kind? And it was like so fucking light. And so I was like, okay. And so I just did the entity clearing that I know. And no word of a lie, I blinked a couple of times and it was like getting darker and darker initially. Like before I did the entity clearing, it was like it was turning into this really dark rain cloud kind of look. But it was all on its own. I was just like, what the actual? And that's what started to make me go, oh, are you an entity? And I was like, So I did the entity clearing, and I swear within about 10 seconds, it had changed from being that really dark, like I'm about to drop a whole bunch of rain on you, to bright white. And then before I knew it, it had completely disappeared. And I was like, okay, that's pretty fucking cool. So apparently my capacities have now expanded so that I can see weird stuck entities in the clouds. And I was just like, huh, that's pretty cool. So he was a little blob. He was a blobby, a tentacle-filled blobby that was very sad and upset because he didn't want to be there. That was why it was all full of dark rain cloud type look. So yeah, how cool is that? So yeah, just be aware that also with your healing that you're doing, Amanda, and everything else that you've got going and moving around and shifting and changing, that your capacities could very well be opening up too. There is a section along the freeway before the new expressway was opened over the salt pans. You know, when you're coming out of Mawson Lakes and heading towards South Road, because you get South Road, Hanson Road, Eastern Parade. And it's after you've been around that, the last bend where the you can pull off to the left-hand side where the people selling honey are. It was just after that, there was a section in there where I always used to feel quite blanked out. And I'd be coming home, or it didn't matter where I was actually, but I was going to say I was coming home after having a healing swap, but no, it didn't matter when it was. And it would be like I would just completely space out. And then it would be just before South Road before I'd come back into my body. And what I thought it was energetically, without sort of, I tried to figure it out. I asked lots of questions, lots of awareness questions. And it wasn't until I did my QHHT session that, and there's another spot where it's, what was that one? It's where Hanson Road comes up and around and joins onto the expressway to go to Mawson Lakes. There's this really, is it Hanson Road? South Road. Hanson Road, yes, it is Hanson Road, because it was the newer part. And there was a really dark spot in there. It was really yucky for ages. And what I became aware of with that one was, because I'd have a similar feeling, a similar instance would happen where I'd completely space out as I'm driving around this big loop, and I'd be like, what the hell? How I didn't have accidents, I really don't know, but anyway. And what was happening in that little curly part is that it's an energy portal, and around that section where it is, that's where the rubbish dump is. Yep. And so what was happening is that there's a lot of energy that is trying to be absorbed by Mother Earth from the rubbish dump, because of course everybody, when they dump their rubbish, it comes with the energy attached to the rubbish, and it's all got to go somewhere. And what was happening in that particular spot, because they had dug it up and all that, even though it's not at the rubbish dump and it's a wee ways from it, that the quantity of energy going down in was finding its way, and it was actually coming up as a big portal up that little tunnel, like where they had dug up. And it was just like, and that was why it was so dark, because what Mother Earth was trying to do is actually just dissipate some of that energy up to Father Sky to help to use some of that energy for other things. Because it's all about balance, right? She can't take everything, much like we can't take everything. So she was redirecting some of that energy up to Father Sky to deal with. And with the one that I was talking about initially, coming down from Mawson Lakes through to South Road, that was energy lines, information energy lines coming down from the galactics. And what was happening was basically, if you can imagine, it's sort of like this. It's like a bunch of energy lines like this. Like they're just scattered, but they're for, like, and they just. And what was happening was because I'm so sensitive to them, I was energetically moving through them like they were the only way I can put it is like the tassels on on like a scarf, if you can imagine that. And I was trying energetically to just not be overwhelmed with the amount of information that could potentially come through to me. So I was kind of like disassociating for that little bit, and that was like, okay, now you can come back because you're not getting that amount of information through anymore. So I didn't learn that until I did my QHHT session, because I asked specifically, what is that? Like, I've asked so many people, I'm like, was this once a burial ground? Like, was it something, did something horrific happen there that my body's like, nah, I don't want to know about it? Like, I've asked so many questions, and that was what came back, is that it's actually a tunnel for like an energetic highway, like an information highway, and it's coming up from up there down. And there is it's not so much the information is going back up again, it's like it's just all coming down, like, so it's a lot. So if you got weird shit like that happening in your world, maybe that's why I had to tell you. It's not something that I've spoken about with very many people, because they're like, I don't get what you're talking about. This fucking Galactic Federation shit. Like, what are you talking about? Aliens and stuff? It's like, sort of, sometimes, not really, kind of. Higher consciousness stuff. It's like, it's all that and none of that and everything, and oh god. How do I explain this? So hard. Anyway, so that's just a couple of instances that I can think of off the top of my head from personal experience, and also keep doing what you're doing because you're obviously helping. Oh, 3 hours, 33 minutes, and hang on, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 seconds. Woohoo! We got all the threes. Yay! I'll have to look up that angel number later. Alrighty. Let us do a meditation, I feel. And if you feel like you want to go to sleep, do so. If you feel like 3 hours and 33 minutes is far too long to be looking at my face and listening to my voice, I totally understand. And I will do this meditation, and those of you who wish to listen to it later, that's cool. And I look forward to seeing where I go with this one. So yes, keep doing the expanding out, because the expanding out tool will help a lot with all of the driving stuff, yours and his. Anyway. Deep breath in. And out. If you wish to place your hand on your heart and your hand on your diaphragm, on your belly, breathing big deep breath in all the way down so you move your belly, and then move your chest, and then breathing out. Breathing in, bringing Mother Earth energy all the way up. Breathing out, bringing Father Sky energy all the way down. Bringing Mother Earth and the unconditional love all the way up. Bringing Father Sky and the gratitude for everything and everyone all the way down. Now relaxing your hands. Now expanding out your awareness in a big bubble all around you. Up into the sky and down into the earth. Much like you're in the center of a big, huge beach ball. Now expanding out the bubble, greater than the country that you're on. Expanding out your awareness, greater than the planet. Greater than the solar system. Greater than the galaxies. Expanding out your awareness, greater than the universes. Focusing once again on your body, breathing in and out, really feeling that breath moving through your belly and your ribs as you focus on your allowance and breathing that in. And as you breathe out, imagine the bubble around you of allowance expands. And every breath out, it expands again and again and again. As you breathe out, your allowance goes greater than the country that you're on. Breathing in and expanding out, your allowance greater than the planet. Breathing in, expanding out your allowance greater than the solar system. Breathing in, expanding out your allowance greater than the galaxies. Expanding and breathing in. Expanding out your allowance greater than the universes as you breathe out. Breathing in once more. Nice big deep breath. And as you breathe out, expanding your allowance greater than your awareness. We've spoken a lot about self-love. So what I'd like to invite you to is in this nice spacious place that we are right now. I'd like you to move one hand back to your heart. Right now, I'd like you to imagine 3 things, or bring into your awareness 3 things that bring you to a place of peace, of calmness, of happiness. I would recommend probably staying away from family. Might be things like the trees or the ocean, a beloved pet. Could be the physical act of creating something. Could be sitting down to a beautiful meal. Could be receiving hugs and kisses from your loved ones. It could be a smile shared between strangers. And as you focus on each of these things, whatever it is for you, imagine that those things are swirling around you in miniature form. And as we're talking, you might come up with more than 3 things. You might have 5 or 10 things. If you have lots and lots of things that make you feel happy and calm and content and peaceful and enthusiastic about life and loved, lovable and honored and respected. If you have lots of things that fit those categories, allow them to keep swirling around you right now. And as you observe each one of those things, feel the smile on your face just growing bigger and bigger and bigger. Tune in with your heart. How does that feel? Both your energetic heart and your physical heart. As these things that keep you feeling happy and calm and peaceful and joyous and exuberant about living life. Tune in with your belly. How does that feel right now? Does focusing on these elements of joyousness, of happiness, peace and ease, of excitement and enthusiasm for life, how does that make your belly feel, to your internal organs? How does your digestion system feel? If you're somebody who's been in survival mode for a very long time, this is probably going to feel a little strange. And if you find that there's any little funny little gremlins starting to float in. This is where boundary creating is really important. Say thank you, but no thank you. You can move on now. And gently move them away from your space. As we're doing this, as these wonderful, happy, joyous elements keep floating around you, I'd like you to have a look at your hips and your reproductive organs now. How are they feeling? Are they warm? Are they flexible? Are they ready to receive? And now your legs, your thighs, your knees, your shins, your calves, your knees, your ankles, your feet, your toes. Just focus on each of those points. How are they feeling now that you're completely surrounding yourself? And you can see all these little miniature versions of all the things that make you feel happy and peaceful and joyous and enthusiastic about life and calm and creative. Makes you desire to engage in life with yourself and with others. All these things where you feel loved and lovable. How does that make your legs feel? How does that make your knees feel? And your ankles? And your feet? Moving back up the body. These things, these elements keep swirling around in this beautiful symphony of movement, like the synchronized underwater swimmers. And now focusing on your shoulders and your back. You might be starting to feel some of the weight is lifting off of your shoulders and away from your muscles and your tendons and your ligaments. Some of that tension that has been there for a very, very, very long time, especially if you've been in your survival mode. Just keep observing all of those things that are currently swirling around gently, beauty. Maybe it's something as simple as a sunrise or a sunset. It might be the smell of a beautiful flower. It might be holding hands with your loved one as you walk along. It might be sitting in meditation in the beautiful forest. Whatever it is for you, it's absolutely perfect. Feel what it feels like. Remembering that the more that you do this and the more things that you focus on that bring you joy and peace and love and enthusiasm for life, the easier it is for your brain to go, That's what we're experiencing right now. And it lets the trauma go. It allows your body to move from being in the sympathetic or even the dorsal vagal systems and moving it back up to the ventral vagal system. And finally, as we move up through the neck, where we obviously hold a lot of tension, as we've surrounded ourselves with all these beautiful, wonderful, nice, light, happy things, happy moments, things that give us peace and ease and joyousness and love. All the self-love we could ever desire. I venture you to have a quick look in the brain, your energetic brain, your subconscious and conscious mind, and just witness the ego. At this moment, the ego might be cracking the shits, and that's okay. Just keep breathing. At the moment, what you're doing is you're teaching your ego that it's okay to relax. You are teaching your ego that it's okay and that it's safe to be in your ventral vagal system. Right now, you are actively overriding your ego system, which has done a jolly good job of having you in your sympathetic or your dorsal systems to keep you safe. So in this moment, I invite you to focus on your heart and sending heaps and heaps of unconditional love all the way up from Mother Earth, through your body, through your heart, all the way through to the ego. If it helps to imagine your ego as a little version of yourself, that's okay too. And if that helps, please do it. And in doing so, wrap around them like a fire blanket, this warm, comforting blanket of unconditional love. Allowing the ego to finally take a breath. Allow the ego, as it begins to absorb the unconditional love which is wrapped all around it at the moment. That nice warm blanket of unconditional love. The ego starts to breathe. And breathe deeply. And breathe deeply again. And with every breath, The ego is finally beginning to step down. The ego is allowing the body to return to a ventral vagal state. Because now the ego knows what it feels like to be literally wrapped up in unconditional love. And this unconditional love is coming from not only from Mother Earth, it's coming directly from you. It's the unconditional love that you have for yourself. Whether you admit it or not. And I'd like you to imagine that there is a beautiful park bench. And it is shaped in the most perfect way. And there is a beautiful garden with gorgeous flowers. And it's wonderfully manicured. There's hedges and roses and whatever your favorite flowers are. And now you invite the ego to sit at this park bench and enjoy the view. They don't have to work today. The ego is finally, after a very, very long term of service, having a holiday. As you continue to breathe deeply, notice how different your body feels now. All those beautiful things that you have surrounded yourself with. Imagine now they turn into teeny tiny little specks of magic. These teeny tiny little specks of magic are going to sprinkle themselves all over you like a bunch of beautiful little freckles. Magic dust scattered from the top of your head all the way down to your tips of your fingers and your toes. And everywhere one of those pieces of magic floats onto your skin, it teaches your cells what it feels like to feel joy, happiness and love and peace and enthusiasm for life and creativeness and connection and enjoyment for being alive. Taking a big deep breath in and breathing out. Just noticing how different your body feels right now. Breathing in, bringing Mother Earth all the way up. Just feel how different that feels now. Like quite tickly. Like little fairies floating up your skin. And breathing out and breathing Father Sky and the gratitude for everything and everyone coming all the way down. And for the first time, it could be that you feel like Father Sky actually feels like warmth, like a big, beautiful hug wrapping around you. Enjoy. One last breath. So really get that feeling of what it feels like to have all that beautiful unconditional love coming all the way up through our body as you breathe in. And as you breathe out, breathe Father Sky and the gratitude for everything and everyone all the way down. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. Please remember to have a drink of water. You may like to journal, write down how that felt, what things were in your space around you. Help to bring those things very real into your reality. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. And until next time, be bold, be brave, and be you, my beautiful friend.